It's all live. Plug in and see what it sounds like. Testing. Hello. It's like, yes. Okay. Do it on your computer. Sounds like work. Testing. Yep, we're good to go. Okay, you can take. That's all set. I'm gonna futz with this camera here
Can you
now.
move the camera?
Oh yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there in a minute.
I'm on camera.
Oh, you can out here. Let me just turn it off. No, it works.
So is it positioned there?
Well, no, it's not. I'll get.
November.
Half brother. Actually, no, we don't talk about it. Yeah, a Roman man, it is, more common.
Right.
There you go. You should be live.
Okay, the city website, we just learned is down. We hope it's just a momentary thing, so we're looking into that right now. If you're on Zoom and you can see this, you're thinking, well, I already know that, I can see you. So if you're on Zoom, it's great, but if you're trying to use the other channel to access, it's not working. So we're gonna mute everybody and then take at least maybe 5 minutes and see if we can get that sorted. We'll go ahead if we have to, but obviously it's much preferable. Hey, so if you're on Zoom and you know anybody who likes to use the other channel, but they could switch, you might let your friends know. So otherwise we'll mute and give it maybe 5 minutes and then we'll check in. Are we muted? Great.
You guys.
Industrial district.
Yeah.
It's a pizza.
What are you seeing?
It's-
Oh, it's reflected.
Oh.
It says stock. Both of them say stock.
Those are my personal monogram glasses I have here now. Unmuted. Okay, everybody. I'm going to call this meeting to order at approximately 6:08. Welcome to the regular council session for the city of Manzanita. This is our January meeting, and a couple comments about anybody trying to look at this from outside of being in this room. So this is when you can be appreciative of sitting on these folding chairs, and there's no delay for you because you're right here. The city website has gone down, so our tech guys left to go see what he can sort out with that. In the meanwhile, anybody with Zoom access is able to watch and listen. That's great. And we'll just see how quickly we can get the other channel up, but it doesn't seem right to hold the meeting indefinitely. So we're going to start, and also it's always recorded. So for people's viewing pleasure the next morning over breakfast, they can always watch the council meeting from the night before. So that's available for everybody. Okay, so the call up to order has happened. The first order of business tonight is something we don't get to do on a very regular basis, but we have the oath of office. City Manager Layla Aman will be administering that to myself and the two councilors who were recently elected. So Layla, would you like to start?
I sure would. It's an honor to be able to do this. Normally we have our Judge Larry Blake here, but he wasn't able to be here tonight. So I'll be the step in for that. But you have it in front of you, so I'll begin. So I'll start with the mayor, but you can please repeat after me, Mayor.
Sure.
I, Catherine Stock,
I, Catherine Stock,
do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America,
do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America,
the Constitution and laws of the state of Oregon,
the Constitution and laws of the great state of Oregon,
the charter and ordinances of the city of Manzanita,
the charter and ordinances of the great city of Manzanita,
and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge my duties of mayor of the city of Manzanita and the county of Tillamook according to the best of my ability.
and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties of mayor of the city of Manzanita in the county of Tillamook according to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. And thank you to my family who are online, hopefully right now, watching from various parts of the country. So thanks very much.
We're lucky to have you. Okay, on to the next. So we'll go to Councilor Spegman. I, Jerry Spegman, do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America.
That's a long intro.
Sorry.
I, Jerry Statham, do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America,
The Constitution and laws of the state of Oregon,
Constitution and laws of the state of Oregon,
the charter and ordinances of the city of Manzanita,
the charter and ordinances of the city of Manzanita,
and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties of city councilor of the city of Manzanita in the county of Tillamook according to the best of my ability.
and I will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties of a city councilor of the city of Manzanita in the county of Tillamook according to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Last but certainly not least, I, Thomas Campbell,
I, Thomas Campbell,
do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America,
do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America,
the Constitution and laws of the state of Oregon,
the Constitution and laws of the state of Oregon,
the charter and ordinances of the city of Manzanita,
the charter and ordinances of the city of Manzanita,
and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties of city councillor of the city of Manzanita and the county of Tillamook according to the best of my ability.
and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties of city councillor or
See the typo.
Yeah.
Skip it.
of the city of Manzanita in the county of Tillamook according to the best of my ability.
Congratulations, councillor.
Excellent. And as a part of that, or follow-up from that, I want to send out a thank you and remind everybody of all of the people in the county who made that election possible. And that is the office of the Tillamook County Clerk. Our county clerk's name is Christy Nyseth, and not that long ago, she took over from a clerk named Tassie O'Neill, who'd been in place in the county for many, many years. Christie's worked in that office and knew it well and assumed those duties, was elected, and has been doing a great job. So I called her today. I actually got this idea from the mayor of Bay City, who I had lunch with, who said they were going to be making a proclamation and thanks at their council meeting. I thought, well, shoot, I wish I'd thought of that. And I thought, well, I don't need a proclamation exactly. I will just go in and say thank you. So I called Christy on behalf of all of us this day and spoke with her. And I wanted to know a couple things about what it took to actually work the elections at the county level. And so she said it's basically herself and 3 full-time staff, and then 9 additional people that are hired on for that work on a temporary basis. There's a total of 13 people working hard on the process, on the counting, on the verification, everything that goes into making for a good election. They added additional live streaming this year. So if you are really a government, I'll say geek, I don't like to use that word a lot, you actually can watch live stream the entire process from the clerk's office. There are 9 security cameras that live stream on YouTube every single day while the votes and the ballots are brought in and processed. And she said they had up to maybe 20 people one day watching. So it's one day at a time. And yeah, I just think it's good to be mindful of everything that goes into the things we may occasionally take for granted, maybe not, but just seemed like a nice thing to do. And she was appreciative and said she would pass on the city's regards and thanks to her staff. So that's a note on that. Okay. So audience participation is next. I know I checked in. We do not have anyone who signed up here to make any comment. Do we have anybody that's on the Zoom connection, Nancy, that's indicating they'd like to make a public comment?
No, there's not.
Okay, so then we'll move on to the consent agenda.
Can I make a point of order?
You may, please.
Could you please acknowledge the absence of one of our counselors?
Oh, thank you. My goodness, lady. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Yeah, so I need to acknowledge the absence of Councilor Kozlowski tonight. She is excused from council meeting. When someone has to be out for meeting, the procedure of the council is you check in with the mayor, and then it becomes an excused absence. And because we have a quorum, we can continue on with the meeting. Thank you so much, Leila. Yeah. I'm sure anybody who's watched one even once before will be saying, where is Linda? So yeah, so Linda's not with us tonight. Thanks. And as always to council, if I miss a beat up here, I'm counting on everybody to let me know. So thanks, Leila. We're going to move to the consent agenda next, which I do explain because it's such an odd thing if you're not used to going to formal meetings. The consent agenda is a way for us to look at approving the minutes from several sessions. In this case, it's the December 4 regular session, December 11 work session, and also approval of the bills. So rather than doing those one at a time, we do it as a package. And unless any counselor, which I'll ask for now, has objection to that or something they want to remove for other discussion, and that's not the case, I'll just ask for a motion, please, to approve the consent agenda.
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda as published in the packet.
Great.
I'll
Thank you very
second
much.
that. No, Jerry's seconding it.
Okay, Jerry seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, great. So we'll move right away to the city manager's report. Leila, I think you've got a good, nice solid update for us, as you always do. Yeah.
Yeah. A little healthier than usual. Thanks. So we had a comment last month, and one of the things I said I would do is when we get comments, since we don't usually engage in dialogue, would be to respond publicly at the next meeting. So Ben Rosenberg came and provided some testimony requesting that we create sort of a truck route system to avoid a specific street in the community. And we want him to know we heard him. We know that that's a concern. It's not necessarily the first time we've heard that, but at this point, we'll just take that under advisement. If we do respond to something like that, we would look at it system-wide. So we wouldn't be making independent decisions about one particular street. We'd want to look at something system-wide. So we heard you, but at this point, we're not going to proceed with anything specific to that request. But thank you for coming and talking with us. And if you guys have any questions for me, I'd be happy to take those. Okay, if not, just a quick reminder that business licenses were due January 1st, and we start issuing fines at the end of the month. So if you have not submitted your business license, just request that you do that. We have an online form now, so it's easy peasy, and would appreciate that if you can. I think we got the majority of them in, but there's always a few stragglers, so we usually provide a 30-day grace before we start issuing fines. I wanted to quickly note, our guys are always, reticent to take compliments for doing their jobs, but our new public works director, Rick Remfer, kind of oversaw our first storm response last month with the big storm that came through in December, and a lot of trees came down in Manzanita. Manzanita got hit particularly hard in terms of trees and power lines down. I know many of you were out without power longer than some of us who were not in the city of Manzanita, but I wanted to acknowledge both Rick and his team, as well as Sergeant Sims, who came in and was on call that day and came in and actually helped do some cleanup. So it takes that, that's sort of a little additional work that folks have to do, and they take it really seriously. And Rick did a great job getting his team together and getting all that work cleared up. There were a few streets that weren't cleared immediately, but that's because they were tied up in power lines. And so if you see the red cones out and trees down, and you're wondering, why are those trees still down? It's because it wasn't safe for our staff to remove, but they did remove, I think, the majority of it. I think there was one street that was left that took a minute to get cleared. So
I understand Officer Sims was also putting cones out because we had a power line down on Lanita, and
That's
he
right.
was working to get people who may not have been so reluctant to, they might have liked to have still taken that shortcut, but he was making sure they
Yes.
did not with the power line down. So
Yeah.
there was a lot of good work that happened.
Yeah, there is. And it happens quick, and they were just on it. That also resulted in the cancellation of our Public Advisory Steering Committee meeting, which was unfortunate because we weren't able to reschedule that meeting because of power outage. When the power goes out, we can't just hope it comes back on and then the internet's on with it as well. So I know it took a little bit of time for folks to get their internet back up. So the Public Advisory Steering Committee meeting is joining our Planning Commission meeting. And then we will be working with y'all to schedule another meeting after that to give you some additional time to talk through some stuff. So you'll hear from actually Cody probably tomorrow about that, but just.
And that'll be Monday, planning commission?
Yeah, so sorry, the Planning Commission meeting is on Monday. It's at 4 p.m. We'll review what we were going to review with the Public Advisory Steering Committee, but we're actually at a really important point at this point with the project where our housing ordinance work, there's sort of a fork in the road at this point. And the housing code work will actually start moving through the technical work through Planning Commission at this point. And so we want to review what we were going to go through with the Public Advisory Steering Committee and have a follow-up meeting to get additional feedback from them. But that was important context for us to have this Planning Commission meeting. The reason why we didn't push the Planning Commission meeting back is because it starts to affect our schedule. And if you recall, we are obligated to have our ordinance adoption ready by June. So a loss of a month is significant to our schedule. So we wanted to make sure we at least got the information out that we were going to talk about with the PASC and then start the technical work with the Planning Commission. So I expect we will have, in February, we have a Planning Commission meeting. We have an application in for the Affordable Housing Project. So we're expecting that to go to Planning Commission for that 60-unit project in February. But probably March, April, May, and June, well, at least 3 of those meetings will be focused specifically on housing ordinance amendments. So planning commission starts to take on the more technical aspects of the ordinance, but the public advisory steering committee will start focusing now on new chapters, the vision, some other things. I do want to call out the amazing work that the PASC has done in gathering feedback from the community. I've been doing this for 20 years and comp plans in particular, and I'm not trying to wax on because Connie's staring at me. They have performed in a way that is above and beyond anything I've experienced in my career. And that's just not in Oregon, but in other states too. And so really deeply appreciate that. They've held meetings with businesses. They have gone out and met individually with people. They've rallied people to attend things. We had Linda, and I think you were involved too with the tree lighting, talking to people. And all of that information really, and we had 2 surveys up. They got people to respond to the surveys. We got a great response to that. So we've gathered a ton of information that's going to inform the ordinance amendments because we have state law, but we also have kind of what we've heard from folks. And so we have some flexibility there. So that was just extraordinary and really beyond anything I've ever experienced in my career. I know my mentor, who's no longer with us, would have been just like really proud of that. So thank you guys. It's going to make for, a comp plan that's going to stand the test of time, frankly. So your efforts are not unacknowledged, but deeply appreciated. So thank you for that. In addition to that, so City Hall, as you might see, is just, it's going along great. So despite power outages and winter storms, it's moving along really rapidly. You can see the building has been roofed. The building has been wrapped, windows have been installed, the framing is almost complete on the inside. Mechanical, electrical, and plumbing, which we affectionately refer to as MEP, is currently underway. In fact, tomorrow I'm walking through the building with some key folks on my team, the architect and our contractors, to make sure that all the electrical outlets and data ports and all that stuff is in the right place, because this is the time that we can start to make those edits. So if we miss one, sorry. Then it gets down to a really minute level of detail. But they're kicking along, and we're expecting that the building will be dried out enough that they can start doing all of the insulation, and sheetrock will start at some point in February. And then the team that's doing the framing on the internal part of the building will start to move external, and you'll start to see the siding go up on the building, which is this beautiful cedar that we've elected not to treat. And so it will age over time into that beautiful kind of silvery Manzanita look. So very excited and very pleased. So we are on schedule and on budget. There's always music to my ears. Who's not on schedule, unfortunately, well, may not be on schedule, is the state park. I got a note from them today that they experienced some unexpected issues. And so it has slowed something down. They're still aiming for a July 1 opening, but and I respect why they did this, but as a defensive move, they have extended their reservation deadline to the end of July. It's easier to, disappoint people now than canceling on them later. So they are still hoping to be on schedule. I'll probably have a better update for you next month, but just as a heads up that there's potential, and that happens, right? Like there's unknowns that come up. Usually we build our construction schedules to account for that. If you recall, we had a bit of a issue come up in the beginning of our project, and we were able to adapt to that and stay on schedule. So I hope the same is true for them, but I want to make sure folks understand that that's possible. The Classic Street project is well underway. So we have a couple of actions tonight, and I'll thank some folks here tonight later when we get there, but we are close to 30% design already. So we've done significant geotechnical work, we've done some survey work, and so we've gone through a number of iterations with our engineer to get to a draft design. And so we'll be working through that. Actually, have a very lengthy meeting tomorrow about it. And once we get a little further along, we'll share with some of our key partners what that looks like, and then move into 60% design. And so we're still on track to complete design by the end of February, which is pretty amazing. Our team's been really great and really working hard on that. And we have an item on the agenda tonight that's the alternative contracting method I'll be talking to council about. It's related to how we will eventually bid that work out, and that's going to happen really fast. The 20 miles an hour, so our 20 is plenty. I want to again shout out to Public Works, to Rick, and also our public safety folks that were involved in that. So we've installed all the radar signs. All the signs have been replaced citywide, and so we'll start writing tickets if we see people speeding. That includes all of you. I think our guys usually start with a warning, but all that's in place. And there are just a few little touch-up things and some right-of-way work that needs to be done. But want to give kudos to that team for completing that work. The court is canceled this month. And just as a quick update, we will be sending letters out to the folks that are going to be impacted by the FEMA buy-off opinion. We're drafting that right now. We've got addresses, and it was just brought up at the last meeting. So I just want to make sure for those who might be watching or folks here that are interested in that letter will go out this week. And with that, I will hand it back. And thank you for the time.
Excellent, thank you. The questions from Counselor? Okay, excellent update. Thank you. There's a lot going on.
The TPUD guys did a great job too.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, all sorts of good thoughts going out to Public Works, but TPUD did great too.
yeah,
They did.
yeah. Then they work as a team together, which is
Which is
fabulous.
great.
And I'm never going to forget Nehalem Bay wastewater again. We forgot about them last February. We did a kind of a first responders, everybody who helped, and we forgot Nehalem Bay wastewater, and I'm never going to forget them again. So whatever they did, and I'm not sure what it was, but the power was out. And so that means something to somebody. So thank you for them as well. It's important. I like those people. It's an interesting group. Okay, so sorry, I'm getting a little afield here. Thank you, Tom. So we're going to move into new business next, and we have someone here who we always enjoy seeing, and that's Nan Devlin. So Nan, in our very formal way, will you approach the microphone, please, and have a seat? Nan is Executive Director of the Tillamook Coast Visitors Association, if you haven't had the pleasure of meeting her or talking with her yet. So she's here to talk about some of the grant work that we're able to do as a result of taxes. And she's going to give an intro to that, I think, and then let us know how the application process has gone for this year.
Yeah, so
So if I can break in just a second before we get too deep into this. One of the applicants is the Nehalem Valley Historical Society. And I think most everybody knows that I'm the executive director. And it just so turns out that Nan's the president. So there's an issue about whether perhaps I ought to either abstain or recuse myself. And luckily, we just attended a League of Oregon Cities retreat. And one of the components of that was an ethics section giving us advice about when it is that we would need to recuse ourselves or abstain. Recusal means I don't participate in the discussion at all, as opposed to abstention where I simply just don't vote. If I recuse myself, I would actually step away from the chair and you wouldn't even see me on screen. But the advice that we got was that that doesn't seem to be necessary in this instance because NVHS is a 501c3 and both Nan and I are volunteers. So we don't stand to gain financially by any of this. And so according to the advice we got then, I don't need to abstain or recuse myself. I would say this is that if there's anybody that thinks that that's inappropriate, I will. I'll step away. So.
I'm good. I want to make one exception to what you said, though.
Okay.
We didn't go to a retreat. We went to a one-day, sit in the Cannon Beach City Hall meeting room and work all day, lest anybody think we're off to the star of the world.
I didn't get a spot trip out of that.
No, I must have missed that part of the agenda. So, okay,
Okay.
great.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we can proceed. Thank you. Go ahead, Nan.
okay. Well, first I thought I'd give a little wrap up
about last year's grants, and I created a report and got quotes from everybody who received a grant. There's only one business that has not yet finished their grant. They have until the end of January, and I'm going to reach out to them and see if they need an extension because they are out of town most of January. They're taking a break. But there was so much success from these grants and the reports. And there are two businesses that have reapplied for this year for similar things. Well, I'll get to those. But there was like a 13th biennial Nehalem Estuary cleanup that drew a lot of people to help that. Migratory Bird Day, they did that as well. The Centerpoint Healing Arts did a celebration of the World Labyrinth Day, and her, Elizabeth's report was so detailed, I thought, I'm going to have to hire her. Help me with my reports. It was great, but they had a really good turnout. Also, Hoffman was rebranding, and they've taken huge steps toward that. And they're already using it in their materials, and they wanted to do a fresh start with their branding, and they have great photography and ads, and so they did a great job. And then Oregon Beach Connections, Carolyn Greenwood. She did a big promotion on off-season elopements. And these were for weddings with a limit of 20 people attending. And they booked several, and they're still booking them. They did some in December and some this year or this month. So they got it was very good. And then, of course, the winery at Manzanita did some billboards. They have very attractive billboards. And that's their main source of advertising is billboards. So everybody did a great job on their reporting and accounted for every dime. So I was really good about that. So this year, we had 7 applications. The fund was 20,000. There were about 3 organizations that started a grant but didn't finish it in time. But I'm going to encourage them, if you do this again next year, to come back and start again. And the 7 grants are, again, the winery at Manzanita, asking $2,000 for billboards. And they're going to put one on Highway 26 and then another one near Astoria. So they're kind of within that 50-mile range of, getting the TLT requires. Hoffman Center for the Arts. This is going to be a fun event. They're collaborating with Cloud and Leaf, and they're calling it a bookends events that are going to off-season literary and writers events. And they're going to work with them to do a pre-event and a post-event, and they're just calling it a bookend edition. So it's really good. And Nehalem Valley Historical Society, $2,000. Printed mailed newsletters and history presentations. And as an all-volunteer organization, we don't have a lot of money, but the presentations that we're doing are attracting a lot of people from outside the county. And also we're getting speakers that are experts in things like the trains. January 18th, we're doing one on when the trains came to Tillamook County, and it is somebody from Bend. So we're trying to expand that speaker series a little bit more. And we're also doing a newsletter, a 4-page newsletter that gets mailed. And we want to expand that to include even second home owners. So Centerpoint Healing Arts, which is the Labyrinth Day, World Labyrinth Day. They want to do this again. They're asking for less this time, $1,225. And this will be the 3rd annual World Labyrinth Day on Saturday, May 3rd. And that attracted a lot of people. There were a lot of people on the beach, and labyrinths are becoming a big tourist attraction. Bandon has one that is very, very popular. And this one drew quite a few people as well this last year. I like the name of this deeply needed with a KNEADED, deeply needed mind and body work. Gia Shaw is asking for a project that she's calling it the North Coast Wellness Getaways. And this is a collaboration with other businesses for wellness events, plus doing brochures. And wellness is a big deal right now. People are trying to find ways, go someplace beautiful and de-stress. And I love this one. Also, Four Paws on the Beach. They're going to do a social media outreach and they're going to prevent events in the store. And Pine Grove here, $2,000 for a marketing campaign to increase event business at Pine Grove. And, when we put out this information about the grants opening, we suggested that as many people as possible apply because they're going to be hurt by Nehalem Bay State Park being closed through the summer, a lot of the summer. And then we just heard 2 weeks ago that Cape Lookout State Park is going to be closed all summer. So our 2 state parks that have camping are both going to be closed. And we're going to do a lot of promotion about booking other like county parks and things here and get going and doing that now and to do it in the off season as well. I think all of these events, all of these things will help bring visitors here to make up for that loss for, because the campground people, they come and they go out to dinner, they go shopping, they do all that. So I think it's important to be able to help them reach people. So the total ask is 13,225, 7 applicants. If you have any questions about it, listeners, questions?
And I know typically in the past, you vet these requests. And I just wanted to verify, because I know last year, I think it was last year, there was one that there was a little piece of it that didn't fall into the scope of what the grant was intended for. So you feel these are all valid and what they've asked for falls within the realm of the rules for the TLT taxes?
Yes, absolutely.
Good.
And that's one of our first the criteria that we review is this eligible?
Good.
And these all are, yeah. Gary?
I have a couple of questions, Dan, but first, just for the benefit of anybody who's listening in and may not understand why a city council would be approving these kinds of grants. Obviously, it's tied to how TLT money can be used. So if we didn't spend this $13,000+ on these grants, that same amount of money would be obligated to some expenditure on tourism promotion. Okay. And I personally, prefer these kinds of grants to, commercials airing in Portland, telling people to come over to visit. So this makes sense. I guess what I'm a little concerned about is last year we had a $20,000 pool, I think, and we didn't use it all. Is that correct?
No, there was about a 14. I don't even have that number here. It was close to 14, about the same amount of money.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
14,000.
are other towns that you work with doing better, getting this money out the door?
Well, it's interesting. So we had 3 grants out at the same time this year so far. We're about to do 2 more with Rockaway. And we put out a marketing grant from our organization, and we had a $50,000 fund, and we had a request for $94,000. The facilities grants, 700,000 was the fund, and 1.3 million in requests this year. Now, last year, Rockaway Beach did 2 grants. They did a facade improvement grant because they really wanted to dress up the town. A lot of the buildings were really looking aged. And they had $90,000, and I think they had 120 in requests. And they went ahead and gave out that, or lifted the fund amount to 120,000. One company did not use it. They just left that $20,000 sitting there because it was a $20,000 no match required. But then they also had a $35,000 marketing grant, and one company applied. which was shocking to me because the 2 years prior to that, it was a full ask with all of it. So either people already did their marketing and wasn't ready to do more, or they focused on the facade improvement grants instead.
Well, I hope, the report that you were talking about from last year's grant sounds pretty impressive, and maybe it'd be easier for potential applicants to see themselves as applicants if they had a better sense of what folks were doing with this money. So, minor disappointment, I guess, that we set aside 20 grand last year, 20 grand this year, and neither year we were.
Yeah, and we contacted all the businesses like 3 times and called some of them, and we encouraged them. One business said they really didn't need to, they couldn't handle any more business, so they couldn't do any more marketing. It was Offshore Grill, actually. We talked to Unfurl, we talked to several, and they just didn't apply. Now, I got to thinking, okay, this went live October 1st. October this year was very, very busy. The STR agencies here in the hotels told me they never slowed down from summer. So maybe people didn't have time to apply. So do we change when these open and give them maybe open it January and give them till the middle of February to apply? That's something we can talk about.
Okay.
Yeah.
That'd be great for you to consider and then come back with a recommendation on it, because you will know by the connections with the businesses what the flow should be. And the nice thing is, people are not overreaching what they can do. These are all solid, and we've been doing this long enough now that some of the people they may not come every year, but they're coming every other year. And we know who, for the most part, we know who all these businesses and organizations are, and they're very integral to the community. So the list feels really good, the one that we have, and that's a good thing.
Yeah, and also, most people or most businesses are short-staffed. How do they find time to do marketing? It can be hard. And that's why I would love to have people in the community who know how to do marketing, who could help, that they could contract with. But it's kind of hard to find throughout this whole county, actually. So I was glad to get these, and we'll talk about if you decide to do this next year, what we should do. We'll talk about.
Are there any other questions?
I guess maybe Layla that I'm asking this question of is, so there's no vehicle for us to set aside the additional $6,000 and say, if someone comes to us and wants to, is there a way for us to do that?
I think so.
Yeah, and it can actually be through a sponsorship program. We have a sponsorship program in addition, and it's for a special event that they need a certain thing for. So just as I was sitting here, I got a text from Patrick Zweifel, who does that relay in South County. And he said, can we get any sponsorship money for this? And I said, of course, we've got it. And we often would take it out of marketing grants that didn't get spent.
So could we and this actually came up at our tree lighting event, because we asked the high school to come and sing at our tree lighting events. And they're kind of to me, one of the biggest polls that's there. And we had talked about seeing if there's a way to do a sponsorship to the high school to help support the choir. Is that something that would be eligible under this?
Yes, and even I talked to Mud Nick, I asked them, you should apply for these grants. You're open more than just summer months. You are open in off season. They start in April and they don't end till October. Of course, they've got a lot of business all the time too. They're always crowded, but they do other things as well. They do a lot of different events. They do the golf event and they could apply for this. So.
Okay, that's a good suggestion.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Well, probably just a little bit off topic, but have you done any projections on what the economic impact is for Nehalem Bay State Park to be closed to this city? What's that?
Well, I don't have specific numbers to tell you today. I can get them for you.
Okay.
From the county. But camping is approximately 10% of TLT, of all the TLT collected in the county.
County.
For the county.
Yeah, they collect the TLT for New Haven Bay State Park.
Right,
It's out the
Right,
same.
but I was curious about whether you had studies for how much the restaurants are losing because they're not getting people in the doors and,
Yeah.
shops that aren't getting as much traffic.
The only ones that I talked to the Big Wave and I said, how is this going to impact you with them close? And they said, it's going to impact us big because people from the campgrounds go there for dinner.
Mhm.
So, yeah, I wish they had applied. They had started to and didn't finish it.
The short window.
But
It was 2 months. It was October to, the deadline was January.
yeah, it's like 2 months to do it.
Okay, so you'll look at that. It's one of the follow-ups. Consider
Yes,
what the timing might look like for businesses and organizations. That's what we give them. It's hard to find a time anywhere where people have, it's busy, 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 and now I want to relax, not relax exactly, but just we're going to close down for a while and be quiet. So but you've got a good handle on what that flow is for people here in our organization. So you can come back or want to come, we'll come back with a suggestion if we should do that differently.
okay,
Here.
I think that'd be great.
And yeah, Leila, you can check out the choir possibilities and we'll see what we can do with that, because that was a good idea.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So finished with conversation on that. Could I get a motion from a counselor then on adopting this resolution?
I'll make a motion to adopt and approve the applicants for the off-season marketing grants.
Give a second.
Second.
Great. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
And
Thanks to you and Dan Haig and the staff, everybody who worked so hard on this, mostly in the background. So it's nice to have you here and have a ways to go with the work, and we thank you for what you do.
And we are just getting ready to hire a part-time person who's going to be doing this kind of research you were just talking about.
Good.
She's going to be very good. She's going to start March 1st. And she's going to be we're calling her the tourism industry sector liaison. And she's going to do a lot of interviewing, gathering a lot of data. So we should have a lot more data
Excellent.
next year. Yeah.
Great. Thank you very
thanks,
much.
man.
Thank you.
So next item we talked about last month, we're going to come back to it. So Jerry Spegman is going to take us through the process for changing vehicle use on the ocean shore. And we have a resolution to propose tonight on that, correct?
Correct. So as we know from our prior discussions, it's the state Parks and Recreation Department that controls vehicle usage on the beach from Astoria down to Brookings. And there are different zones along the coast with different rules in place. So the zone that obviously affects us in Manzanita runs from the southern boundary of Oswald West State Park to the northern boundary of Nehalem Bay State Park. So it includes all of Manzanita Beach and of course Neoconi Beach. And in that zone, vehicle use is prohibited with the exception of in the off season from October through April, from 7 in the morning until 12 noon. And at any time for vehicles used for boat launches. So I've spent a lot of time talking with the government relations person at the state parks. She was trying to pin down when that limited exception was put into the rules. She's not sure she can pin it down. It certainly was at least the early 90s. It might have been before that. But our assumption, I think, on council in conversations with Leila has been that it was put in place at a time when the off season was more pronounced than it is now. We don't really have a true off season. We certainly have slower months during the winter season. But, once the holidays begin from Thanksgiving through New Year's, and you've got several 3-day federal holiday weekends sprinkled in during those months as well. You've got the spring breaks in the spring. You got people to come specifically because of the storms and the king tides. So there's just a lot of people on the beach year round, and there doesn't appear to be a safe time anymore for vehicles to be sharing the beach with humans, dogs, older humans in many cases, older dogs, I guess, too. So in any event, yeah. So I talked to probably more people than I needed to put together the petition, but Mike Sims was very helpful. I talked to Carolyn at the visitor center. I talked to Chris with the short-term rental program. I got some help with the land trust folks, and Sandy Wood, of course, has been a persistent advocate for seeking this kind of a change, and she's written to council on a couple of occasions. So I really appreciate all of the input I've gotten from those folks, and I'm going to need to call on them again, because if this if this resolution does what it's intended to do, the State Parks Division will open up the rulemaking process, and there will be a public hearing probably in March, during which we'll have to present testimony about the reasons why we as a city would like to see the vehicle usage cease on the beach, even during the off season. So I had a little bit more information to cram into the resolution than I've been advised is really needed. The government relations person is pretty comfortable that this will open the door. She's certainly not guaranteeing that we'll get the rule change, but this will open the door, presumably, to have the rulemaking process conducted. So they only meet 4 or 5 times a year. The last meeting they had was in September. Their next meeting is at the end of February 25th. By passing a resolution tonight, we'll be guaranteed to be on their agenda in February. And if they do agree to open up rulemaking, that means that at the beginning of a month, presumably March, but perhaps April, I can't imagine why it would be April, but presumably at the beginning of March, they will open up the process. There'll be a public comment period that will run concurrent with a period of time during which they have to have a public hearing. So I'm not sure if the public hearing is going to be virtual or not. I suspect it will be, like we had with the dune grading hearing some time ago. Their hearing on February 25th is definitely virtual, so we can listen in to see how they handle our request. But they're looking for either a resolution from the governing body or a petition from 20 residents. And my sense is that a resolution from a governing body is going to hold a little bit more weight at this point. And so since we've talked about it, one of the reasons for talking about it at 2 meetings now, and actually 3 if you count a work session, is to give folks in the community a sense that this is coming down the track. And that includes people that want to advocate for vehicles on the beach. I've not encountered anybody who's telling me that's something they want to preserve, but those folks will certainly have a chance to testify at the hearing as well. So I would ask the council to pass the resolution tonight. Let us get on the docket for the February 25th meeting of the State Parks and Recreation Commission. And then I will continue to work to line up the folks to testify when we get to a hearing, if we get that far.
Okay.
So you don't want me to read the resolution, do you?
I think it'd be good not to read the whole thing, but not everybody sees the packet or gets it.
Well,
So
it's not that long.
maybe you should do kind of the highlights reel if not the whole thing. But honestly, because I think you did a good job of laying out.
All right. Well, I
Many
will,
aspects of it.
I'll read it in full. It's not that long. So it's a resolution of the City Council of the City of Manzanita, Oregon, requesting that the Oregon Parks and Recreation Commission open rulemaking on a proposed change to Oregon Administrative Rule 736-024-0015, small b, capital A, and capital B. Whereas motor vehicle travel is currently prohibited on the beach contiguous with the city of Manzanita, except during the period of October 1st through April 30th, between the hours of 7 a.m. and 12 p.m., and at any time for vehicles engaged in boat launchings. And whereas motor vehicle travel on the beach is no longer compatible with the safe enjoyment of the beach on a year-round basis by Manzanita residents, second homeowners, overnight lodging guests, and day trippers. And whereas beach use increases substantially during the holiday season, extending from Thanksgiving through New Year's on 3-day weekends, including Indigenous Peoples' Day, Veterans Day, Martin Luther King Jr. Day, and President's Day, and during spring break weeks in both Oregon and Washington, all of which occur during the October-April period when vehicles are currently permitted on the beach. And whereas the City of Manzanita's Visitor Center has 2 beach wheelchairs and 1 electric all-terrain track chair that provide opportunities for disabled people to have reasonable beach access and use at no charge. Whereas motor vehicle travel on the beach adversely impacts the beach ecosystem in several ways that are harmful to intertidal marine life, shorebirds, wildlife, and coastal vegetation. And whereas boat launching on the beach in question is rare to non-existent, and 2 well-used boat launching sites on the Halem Bay adequately address this need, now therefore be it resolved by the City of Manzanita that we request the Oregon Parks and Recreation Commission to open rulemaking for the purposes of changing Oregon Administrative Rule 736-024-015 so that motor vehicle traffic is no longer permitted on the beach in question. The only other note to make is that if they adopt this change, it will impact a stretch of beach that is not contiguous with Manzanita. And so the county is going to be asked to weigh in on this formally by the state parks. We have informally talked with the county about it. Layla had a conversation with one of the commissioners, and so the commissioner gave us her blessing to go forward with this. And so presumably, if the rule change is approved by the State Department, they will then check in. They'll actually check in with us. Even if we initiate it, they'll come back to us and say, are you sure you want this to happen? And they'll say the same to the county, and we'll have that opportunity then. So.
Do we have any questions, comments from council, and then we'll see if we have any public comment?
Good work, Gary. Thank you.
Yeah, the only comment I'd make is that this came to our attention only a few months ago, and Jerry just jumped on it, and we're talking about passing something so quickly. The perception is always the government moves so slowly, and this has been some really fine work, Jerry. So.
Well, I had plenty of help because both Brad and Layla teed it up for me and pointed me in the right direction. And as I said, everybody I've contacted has been very helpful. Mike Sims, I think, I can say Mike Sims is a big proponent of this change, and we will look forward to testifying in no small part because when you think about it, the other authorities that should or could be policing the situation, the state park rangers, the Tillamook County Sheriff, the state police, none of them are driving out on our beach, talking to people that get stuck in the sand, doing donuts. And so, Mike has made the case that, this is a drain on our resources in addition to being a nuisance for many of our residents and visitors. So I think we should be able to put together a pretty good group of folks to testify.
Yes. Do we have any public comment on this? Could you step to the microphone, please? So the practice for this, which I occasionally forget in a meeting, so I'm doing better with my New Year's resolution, is to ask people to come to the mic. That's so that everybody can hear who's online and as well as for the recording. So even though I know who you are, I'm going to ask you to say who you are.
My name is Leela Sedman and I live in Manzanita. And my only question or suggestion has to do with prohibiting motor vehicle traffic. Should it not name the exception of search and rescue, park department, and police vehicles?
Yeah, so I am only addressing the narrow part of the rule that creates the exception for the October to April vehicle use. There's already language in the rule that specifically carves out an exception for emergency vehicles. And also there's language in the rule that allows for a special permit to be issued if somebody is filming a movie on the beach and has gotten all the other permissions to film the movie and they need a vehicle down there, there's a way for them to get that. So this is really going after a narrow exception. And it doesn't touch at all the
general rule.
providing exception to emergency vehicles.
I was listening for the exception and perhaps it should be duplicated, but that's you're the lawyer, I'm not.
Well, not a lawyer anymore. But I think on this one, I think that that particular concern is addressed in the rule.
Thank
General
you.
rule.
Thank you, Leila. Do you have any other comment? Do we have any other comment online on Zoom? Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I add my thanks, Jerry. So I would entertain a motion to adopt the resolution if the counselor would like to do that.
I'll make a motion to adopt council resolution number 2501 without reading the rest of the resolution or the title.
That's fair. Okay. Can I get a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Few hands from the audience too, for everybody who couldn't see that in favor. Yeah.
It's the start of a 20-person petition.
No, that's good. I mean, it's an indication of like things shift and sometimes it shifts slowly and then it catches up with you and you go, oh, something that used to make sense for people maybe doesn't make the same kind of sense, but we'll have to go through public comment and make sure we get everybody
Well,
involved.
there are stretches on the 300+ miles of the Oregon coast where vehicles are certainly appropriate, or at least they're not a problem.
Yeah.
And this doesn't appear to be one of them. So it's time to have the rules catch up to the reality.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to move on next to our next item, which is a mouthful in terms to say, but is also really important for some long-held plans that are starting to really come together and be visible now around affordable housing and other improvements to our community. So this is around memorandum of understandings. There's actually two for easements relating to the Classic Street Connection project. And I believe Leila will talk us through the work that went into that with some background. And I know we have a couple of folks from Classic Cottages who are here tonight, so thank you for attending for this. I did speak with Mr. Pence this morning, who's the other party, one of the other parties in this, and sent our appreciation. So let's go through the background. Let's see what questions counselors have, and then there'll be opportunity for public comment as well.
Right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I do want to start by acknowledging Linda Olson is here, Mary Reef, and Brian Postel, who helped kick this off. But Linda, Mary, and then Ivana Iovino, who's not here, is also on the board of the Classic Street Cottages Homeowners Association. Brian started this journey with me, and then Linda and company helped get me through to the end. And then also Jim Pence of Encore Properties. So these folks represent their homeowners association. So it's not just the board, but every homeowner in the HOA we'll have to vote on this. But they're both them and Jim Pence's property, who's south of Jackson Way, own property that will allow us through this easement. We're asking for up to 10 feet roughly easement on the east side of Classic Street in order to provide a pedestrian pathway that's separated from the roadway. There's not enough right of way on that roadway to accommodate a separated facility without this. So I think I've said it and I'll say it again, that the city's gratitude to this organization as well as Mr. Pence for a willingness to work with us. It's not just a gift to us, you as a body, but it's to the community as a whole. So I think the community, I think I could speak for the whole community and how grateful we are for that. I think we're all grateful to be here today too and be done with it, hopefully. These kinds of agreements can be complicated, and they take a lot of time and effort. And so I do want to acknowledge the amount of time and effort that these folks have put in, as well as Mr. Pence. This is an MOU kind of plus, I would say. So many of the terms that are included in here, we've been working on this for, I want to say, at least 6 months, maybe 8. And what an MOU is intended to do initially is just to sort of set the framework for, we're going to do these things and you're going to do these things, so that there's some sense of understanding. That's why it's a memorandum of understanding, that people understand the expectations of both parties. Ultimately, what this will lead to is a formalized easement. And so the easement will actually be recorded. We'll be coming back to you with an easement. So that will be kind of step 2. And we'll negotiate that with both the Classic Street Cottages HOA, as well as Encore Properties through Jim Pence. But many of the terms that will appear in the easement are actually included in this MOU. So while it took a little longer than I anticipated, I think the ultimate document we landed on actually provides a higher level of certainty for all parties involved in terms of what the expectations are once we get to an easement. And that easement means that they will retain ownership of the property. It's still their property, but we will have certain obligations and requirements to utilize that space. So for example, we cause any damage, we have to repair that damage. If we need to go in and fix anything, and we repair that to a certain standard, so that they're giving up of their sort of control over a certain piece of property, even though they're maintaining ownership, that we have certain responsibilities to that. So, so the terms of this easement, so the MOU, it's not an easement, it feels like one, but it's not, are pretty similar between both parties. The one kind of key difference is that we have a retention pond that's on the very south end of Classic Street that deals with the stormwater runoff from Classic Street. We think that will have enough capacity to handle the new cross-section once it's constructed. But we have worked with Encore Properties that should we need to do a land swap in order to have a larger facility, that they're open to that. So that's included in the Encore's MOU, but it's not included in the MOU with Classic Street Cottages because it doesn't apply to them. Our anticipated use of that property will be to run a water line and have, as I mentioned, a paved pathway that will run along that. And then kind of what that looks like once we get a little further on design, we'll be sharing that with both the HOA and Mr. Pence, getting feedback, and then ultimately both parties will have an opportunity to review those plans, provide feedback on those plans, and then ultimately approve those plans. And then that's what moves us into the legal agreement that will be the easement that will then get recorded prior to construction, because we need to have that access and that recorded prior to construction. So this will happen pretty quickly. We've also included some funding in both of these because the city is getting a benefit from this. And so we wanted to make sure their legal costs were covered. If they have an engineer review their plans, we're incurring those costs. So we'll be reimbursing them for those costs because it is a benefit ultimately to the city and to the project. And it's frankly, as we've looked at the initial plans, it's necessary to have that. That's up to 10 feet on the east side of the property. So both memorandums of understanding are included in the packet. Just again, it identifies kind of, I'd say, more city's obligations and their expectations of us, and then our expectations that we can, access the property. So this has already occurred. They've allowed us to access the property, do some geotechnical drilling, and then kind of what we expect to be then recorded in the easement. So there's no surprises. So we did a lot of heavy lifting early. Like I said, it's an MOU plus, but I think at the end of the day, when we get to the easement, it'll help reduce that time frame quite a lot. So I actually appreciate the depth in which we got at this stage, because it will save us time on the back end. And there's just more clarity for both parties in terms of what the expectations are. It is a non-exclusive easement too. I want to also make clear. So other utilities will be able to utilize that, which long-term is beneficial, but they're going to be required, if they come in and monkey with our space, that they have to bring it back up to the same standard. So there'll be have their own separate negotiations, but that was one of the things that was asked of us, is to make it a non-exclusive easement. And so the terms in this reflect that, and also protect the city should third party like the PUD come in and put in an underline and something happens, they're responsible for that. We're not. So this has been through our legal team, both their legal teams multiple times, our legal team multiple times, and the drafts that are included in the packet have the final blessing of their legal team, Encore's legal team, and our legal team. So I feel very confident in the terms, and again, just appreciate, people say government runs slow. It's just thorough. So I have to think of it. When we do, we want to make sure everyone's protected here. And when someone's gifting you something, I think it's important to honor that and to be respectful of what we're asking for, and making sure that folks feel confident that it won't cost them. They'll benefit from it at the end of the day. So thanks all of you for your help to get here. And I'd be happy to take any questions.
Questions? Jerry?
This might be too early, but I'm just curious because I walked that road a lot. In order to get the walking path in on the east side, is the existing retaining wall going to have to be pushed further back?
So so it's still a little early, but we are looking at some options that wouldn't actually affect the retaining wall. But I'm not going to make any promises at this point, because what we've learned through our geotechnical work is that the west side of the road does need some shoring up in order to sort of slide over the roadway. And so our intent, our design intent, because it has cost implications, is to do the least harm. So if we can get away with putting in the path and only doing that shoring up on the west side, I think we would all agree that that's probably the best option. And so that's the option we're currently really trying to explore, whether that's even feasible. Now, if in the event that we do need to squeeze ourselves to the east, then yes, we would be responsible for building, constructing, and maintaining that retaining wall. Because if we go in and mess with what they already have and we put something new in, that obligation now falls on the city to maintain that in the long term. So we don't know yet where that's going to land, but that's kind of our design direction, because it does result in some significant cost savings to not have to. And that east side is far more complicated from a geotechnical standpoint, both on the HOA's property as well as Encore's property, because there's a very steep slope just south of Jackson Street. So we're trying to look at options that wouldn't require that, but it could require that. We're just not there yet. But we'll be there very soon. And then that's when we'll engage with these folks and with Encore to get their guidance and advice on that.
Thank you. Brad, any questions?
No.
Tom?
Thank you.
Okay. So again, I often say this lack of questions does not indicate lack of attention to this or lack of work on this. We've been working on this for quite some time, as have both the neighborhood organization as well as the developers, as well as staff and legal. We have to have legal in there, our friend, to make sure it's all done properly. So yeah, this is good work, and it gets us a step closer in a big way to some big goals for the city. So it's a pleasure to get to another milestone. There's definitely milestones ahead of us yet, and we will be having some good conversations when we get further into the design process. We understand better what that's going to look like. But given that, before we take any action on a motion here, is there any public comment or any comment online anybody would like to make on this one? Brian, you want to go ahead and approach the, I just feel so funny saying approach the mic. It just sounds so, I don't know what. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Brian Postal and I live at Classic Street Cottages. I just wondered if you could run through the preferred timeline.
Oh, sure.
From today forward.
Yeah. So our preferred timeline is to have design completed by the end of February, and then we'll issue, and we're going to talk about that next, actually, how we go about getting a bid. We'll issue bid documents probably early March, And then that's usually takes about 30 days to get through that process. And then my hope is to bring a contract to council in April for approval, and then construction would begin, shortly thereafter.
And how,
We're expecting a 6-month time frame. So we have to get there are two pieces that are pushing the schedule. One is, well, three, the source of funding. So that comes from the state of Oregon, and there's an expectation that we will deliver this project as soon as practical. Two is, assuming that the 60-unit affordable housing project gets approved and it moves forward, it's essential for us to have this line in for them to begin construction on their timeline. And then the third thing. Paving, the paving schedule. So we have to pave during paving season, and that's usually by October, because when the rains come down, you can't lay down asphalt, and that's a really critical connection that's going to be closed for 6 months for the most part. And so we really have to rush to get this thing going in order to be able to pave during that time frame.
do you think construction might start in May for 6 months?
Oh, yeah, it has to by May.
Okay.
Yeah. It could be as early as April. So council meetings early in the month, and usually in a project like this, when we go to bid documents, that's 100% construction design set. So the contractor will bid on those. And then as soon as we issue the contract documents and sign those, we issue a notice to proceed typically the next day. So our hope is they'll be able to mobilize. That'll actually be part of, we'll talk about that next, but part of what we'll be looking for is a team that can mobilize straight away and get this thing going.
And Classic Street will be closed the entire time from the Dorcas intersection
Yes.
south.
Yeah, and traffic control, that's, details I don't have yet, but yes, the anticipation is, and we'll work with you all as well as the HOA at the Highlands. Because ideally, if we could just have traffic, just have that whole road blocked the whole time, that allows us to work a lot faster. And then if we're able to section it out, if you all need to get access to Jackson, we haven't talked about those details.
Yeah.
Ideally, you can use your in and out on Dorcas, and then Highlands can go the back way for a while.
Right.
And then we can just close Classic, and that will allow us, it's safer, it just allows us to really blast through the project in a different way. So, but we haven't discussed that. And there will also, because the project goes from Laneta to Nacarni, so there'll be a closure between Laneta and Dorcas. There'll be like an intersection closure, and then we'll probably move to the Classic Street south of Dorcas. It'll be phased.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Do we have anyone online? At all there? Okay. Great. Well, thank you. And thank you again to everyone who worked on this. So at this point, I think we can ask for a motion to approve the MOUs. The councilor would like to do that. Hold your seat till it's.
Okay. Sorry. Not there yet.
Yeah, who would like to start?
I'll make a motion to approve the MOU between the City of Manzanita and Encore Investments LLC, as well as the MOU between the City of Manzanita and the Classic Street Cottages Homeowners Association as presented.
Thank you. Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
Yay. Thank you.
And really, thank you to the cottages.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Okay, so that's lovely.
It's like saying goodbye to a friend or something. But we're only just beginning, so.
Yeah, there's no goodbyes. So related to that, and Leila has mentioned this a couple of times, we're going to talk about it. This is kind of an information session too, a bit about an alternative contract method that may be used and may be appropriate for the Classic Street Connection project. The way that, and Leila will talk about this, the way that contracts go out to bid, the formality of it, dotting your I's and crossing your T's is very important. And I actually wasn't aware of this as an option, so I learned something I learned something in our preparation meetings about this. So Layla will take us through what this is about, and then we will discuss, ask for public comment, and then make a decision on this one. So this is alternative contract method for the classic street connection process.
Thanks. Yeah.
Project, excuse me.
No problem. So one of the things so when you do a public works project, which is different than construction of a building project, state rules require that the city take low bid. So what you do is you develop engineering plans, you get all that stuff done, you get to 100% design drawings, then you put it out to bid, and then you put it out through a number of different networks. It has to be broadcast, statewide. It has to be sort of done in a way that's equitable so that a lot of people have access to it. And then you get your bids in, and then no matter who it is, you have to select the lowest bidder. You get no choice. If it's someone you've never met, it doesn't matter. The low bid is the bid that you have to accept. And so that works okay. And I think I want to contrast it with something you're probably more familiar with, which is the way that we did the City Hall project. It would have been the same way, except statute does allow a decision-making body to adopt findings. And so findings are basically, it's a legal analysis of it does allow for alternative methods, but you have to adopt findings. And those findings basically have to say that by doing this alternative method, you are not limiting competition in any way. Because that's what the procurement rules, these kinds of bidding rules are in place for, is to make sure that there's good competition so that the city is getting the best deal that's possible. And so that's kind of why it's set up that way. So for the City Hall project, the council adopted findings to allow us to do an alternative method of selecting a contractor for our City Hall project. And that was the construction manager general contracting to the CMGC. We still had to do a competitive process for that, right? So it was an RFP, a request for proposals. We put the project out there. And so we were able to select a contractor who then participated in the design as well. And our argument at that time and the findings that we made to the council at that time were that we will save money because having the contractor at the table through the design process will ensure that when we get to construction, we can build it for the price that we planned for. And that worked beautifully. That process doesn't exist for public works. It would be wonderful to be able to bring a contractor on right now to help us with that, but it doesn't work that way. However, there are alternative methods that allow us to consider a contractor's qualifications. And I hope it's not confusing, but I do think it's useful to compare it to the way that we did City Hall, because one of the things that we have seen as we are now under construction is that having the CMGC at the table through the design process, we have less change orders on their side. The only change orders we've actually approved have been our additions to the project. And we're actually tracking really well. We haven't spent hardly any of the construction contingency because the contractor was there throughout the design. And so that's one of the things that were adopted as part of the finding is we made the assertion that you'll save money because the contractor will be at the table. Unfortunately, it's not the case for public works projects, which this is. So we have to get to 100% design. But and so the alternative method allows us to look at both qualifications and bid price. So that say you get a contractor that bids the lowest and they've never worked at the coast, the likelihood that there'll be potential change orders because they're not familiar with working with sand, for example, is greater, right? Whereas if we have a contractor who's familiar with working with soil conditions that are similar to what we're dealing with, is experienced in delivering projects in our climate, is experienced dealing with kind of the slope conditions we have, that gives us more certainty. It's not a guarantee, of course, that we will have less issues as we move forward in the project. Because oftentimes, if you get a contractor that's not as experienced and they have the low bid, you end up getting, and I'm not saying it happens every time, but I would say that the potential for change orders could be greater because of that lack of experience. So what we're currently working on, but I wanted to have this discussion with all of you, get any questions you might have, is just drafting findings. I worked with legal, and we believe we do have sort of a rational basis based on some of the things I just said to propose findings to allow us to do this alternative contracting method, which would then allow us to look at both price and qualifications. So instead of issuing just a straight up bid for low bids, we would issue an RFP. That RFP, and we're going to be mindful of the fact that we're dealing with contractors. So we're going to ask for qualifications. There's some criteria that we would include in that, and we would be able to evaluate them based on both the qualifications and price. Part of the reason why I wanted to explore this and have spent some time and resources on this is because, and this is from having talked to their engineering team as well as some other folks in the community that have recently bidded out projects, is that folks are a little hungrier than normal. And so they're getting bids from other, strange places, not strange places, but places that are a little further away, maybe people who don't have expertise in that particular area. And so I spoke with a contractor who lost a bid to another company that had never done a project like they had bid on, and they were just slightly over what that other company had bid. So this would give us a little bit more control over the selection process. I mean, the breakdown in terms of the price will still be the majority of the scoring criteria. Like, it's going to play a very critical role. But it would allow us a little more flexibility if we ended up in that situation where we get someone, a contractor that's not as qualified and gives us a low price. And then we get a contractor we know is very qualified at a slightly higher price than the low price. We would have some flexibility to evaluate them based on the same set of criteria and come to a conclusion that would benefit the city from a cost perspective at the end of the day. So I've talked to a couple of city engineers that I've both worked with in the past and who have used this and have found it to be kind of more superior way of doing public contracting, and tend to use this now as their model. So if council, again, I'm happy to answer any questions. I may not have all the answers today too, so I might just take your questions and then get back to you. But if this feels like something that council would like me to continue along with, I would do that. And then next month I would come back to you with findings and ask you to adopt those. And then we would issue an RFP once the construction documents were complete. So I hope that was helpful.
Yes.
Okay.
Thorough.
Yeah.
Questions do we have, Brad?
Definitely support moving forward with that. I know we're gonna vote on that. But from a personal perspective, when I've hired contractors or people to work, I go way beyond price. I think that's very important. Certainly the qualifications, just based on price, if someone's not qualified, it just doesn't make any sense. During this process, if we decide to move forward with doing an alternative method, are you allowed, or is it permissible not only to look at the bids based on qualifications and price, but examples of their work or referrals that we can actually contact other people and say they've done work for you? How did it go? That's allowed.
Yeah, that's a great question. And I do want to clarify, yes. So yes, we can do that. And part of what we have already looked at is, so qualifications are not only, what is your resume, but your resume is your experience. So what projects similar to this have you completed? Have you completed them on time and on budget? So we will ask for examples of that. I do want to note that you can do pre-qualification for low bid in addition, which is separate. I think that So then you exclude people up front and include people, right? So you can only pre-qual. I think this actually opens the gate to more competition because we're putting out there, like, here's what we're expecting. And so as opposed to saying, you can't bid, you can't bid, you and you can bid. So that is another option that we could choose. Just for full transparency, I don't think that will be as effective as doing this, which says, here's our expectations. I think you're going to get a richer pool of folks that know, yeah, I can do that job, and also know that price is still going to be a very significant portion of the evaluation criteria. Because if we got somebody who's really qualified and their price is through the roof, that's the way the criteria will be set up, is that would likely not move forward. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the tricky thing is that if you get the scenario where the more qualified bidder is just a little bit over the low bidder, then that is an easy outcome.
Right.
But the scary one is what you just said. Now, in that scary situation, you're not able to go to the very qualified high bidder and say, why don't you recalibrate?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Okay.
We're also, the way we write these RFPs too, is that we can cancel them
Yeah.
and just say we're going to start over.
Is there a way to determine, because you said that the pre-qualification tends to depress the pool.
In my opinion,
Is there a way for you to check into whether using this alternative method, does that tend to, it sounds like you think it'll be a bigger pool than if we went with pre-qual, but what about if we just went with, what if the two choices are the alternative method or low bid? Do you have any way of asking around to see if the alternative method tends to dampen the pool?
yeah, yes, we do. And in fact, was recommended that we just kind of make sure that we wouldn't be reducing competition by changing our method. So we're having some of those conversations right now. I think it's a lot easier just to do a little bit, for sure.
Right.
So we are going to be asking folks to be doing more than they usually do. Although I am finding, again, in my conversations, it's becoming more standard to do that. The way that we write the requirements will impact, right? We're not going to be asking for glossy paged layout. We know these are contractors, and some of them may be small firms, some of them may be large firms. And so whenever you write an RFP, I'm always cognizant, having been on both sides of the table as a consultant and as a city person, you want the criteria to be, I don't want to say easy, but accessible enough that anyone who has those qualifications can respond to that. And I think we'll take into account that contracting firms, especially smaller firms, don't typically have a marketing department that can do, a glossy laid out thing. So we'll be asking for things like just project examples, the qualifications of your team and timeline, and the ability to make the timeline will be also part of that. But yeah, it's a lot easier just to do low bid for them. So this will add a layer of that, but we're going to do some additional just outreach to make sure that we're not precluding ourselves, because that would inform the findings too, is that we're not.
Do the design folks work with you on reviewing?
Yeah, they reviewed. So we had a draft of findings. I had our engineer review that. And now I've reviewed those comments, and those have been sent off to the city attorney to finalize.
Okay.
Just a comment.
Sure.
Not necessarily looking for an answer, but just to put out there, if we go with the alternative contracting method, does not mean that the low price may not be awarded the contract.
That's correct. Yeah, that is correct. And that could very well be the outcome. But I do think this is kind of another example of our leveling ourselves up in terms of being able to have, because once we have this method in place and then we have a contract that reflects that, the next go around, we won't have as, we'll have a template we can use. And so that reduces our costs in the future. Similar to sort of the professional services contracts or any of those other things that I've developed with legal as I've taken on this role. We now, the first time we did that first professional services contract, it was a little more expensive. And the second time it was not. So it's just kind of putting another tool in our toolkit in terms of getting the best quality project that we can for the money that we spend. And I had to clear this too with the state of Oregon, who is providing the funding. So I reached out to the Oregon Business Development Department and passed this through them. And said, as long as it meets state statute, so our city attorney will draft a letter and make sure that they ask that they draft a letter to make sure it meets state procurement, because that's really important. That's part of our contractual obligation to the state, is making sure that and we always do this, but making sure we're utilizing the correct procurement rules.
Yeah, and just for anybody who's not been completely following the path of this, that you're referring to the $1.7 million grant we got from the state of Oregon.
2.7 million.
That one. 2.7.
Just throwing
That's a
million around here and there.
Yeah, that's definitely my way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Tom. Do you have any questions? You got me on that one. I got you earlier.
I
Okay.
don't have any questions. I just
Okay.
want to say that I think this is a great proposal. And when Brian came to I'm going to call it the podium, and asked about a timeline, I was surprised to see how tight your timeline is. So getting somebody in that can actually do the job on the timeline is imperative. So I fully support the alternative contracting method.
Okay, great.
Okay, and you were not asking for a motion to do this yet. You were simply asking us to say, continue on that path. We're in agreement with that philosophy.
Yeah, and if there are any questions or concerns, and of course, if you have any in the interim, email me or call me and we'll talk through it and I'll get you answers. But just wanted to make sure and touch base and daylight the issue now. And then next month I'll bring you findings and you will be asked to approve those. We have to hold a public hearing on that. So you'll actually be holding a public hearing. I'll double check. I don't think we have any special notice requirements for that, but we might. And if we do, I think we have to post the findings a week ahead of time, but I'll confirm all that and make sure it's dialed for our February meeting. Okay, because we plan to issue the RFP at the end of February. So,
Excellent. Do we have any public comment either in the room or online on that they want to add to the topic? Come on back up.
I just say here.
Because they can't hear you. That's the problem. I know it's awkward. Thank you for helping everybody who wants to hear what you have to say.
I didn't hear your last question.
I asked my last question or statement.
Or you were saying, you were clarifying something.
Yeah, I just said in the statement, if we're moving forward with the alternate contracting method, that doesn't mean that the lowest price won't be selected.
Okay.
We could have that.
The standard method is to always take the lowest price. And if we put an alternative in place, we very well could get a contractor with the lowest price.
Yeah. Okay.
but we'll also have vetted all their quals at the same time. So I think it adds a level of confidence to the selection process.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Cut louder.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you. Okay, so you've got what you need to
I
proceed on
do.
that?
Thank you very much.
All right, item E on the agenda is the appointment of a pro tem judge. And I'm going to talk us through that.
I will, yes. So Manzanita's charter has it that the city council selects a municipal judge, and we do have a municipal judge, which is Judge Larry Blake. However, we do not have a judge pro tem, so that's someone who can fill in if needed, if Judge Blake is unable to. So with Judge Blake's direction, we are recommending to the city council to consider Jean Schubach. Her resume is included in the packet tonight. She's a former city prosecutor for the cities of Newburgh and Beaverton. Current city prosecutor for the city of Newburgh, was city prosecutor for Beaverton, is a deputy district attorney in Multnomah County, to serve in that capacity while Judge Blake is our municipal judge, which we anticipate him being so for some time. But just and it's important because there are times, if something came up for Judge Blake, we want to be able to continue to have court if we need to, without having to cancel it. So I think it's a good move for council to have a pro tem judge. I will say that I'm actually in conversation with Counselor Campbell, that when the time does come at some point for council to appoint a new judge, that you would consider doing a judge pro tem as well at that time, so that you have that backup kind of built into the system. Because when we do miss court and for unanticipated things, it does back up things for us. And
it's a burden on citizens too.
it is too, yes. Yeah, because oftentimes we're not able to contact them if
Yeah.
something came up. We're not able to contact them and cancel court. So they would just show up and see a cancellation, and that just doesn't feel great. So staff is recommending, but it is council decision, that you adopt a resolution appointing Ms. Schubach as the municipal judge pro tem for the time being.
We have questions or comments on this one? Fred?
Nope.
Jerry?
Comment.
Mhm.
Well, I'm glad to see that the recommendation of Jean Schubach is before us. She's apparently been in practice for almost 25 years now. So a wealth of experience, all on the prosecution side. And, I've served in this role even early in my career. And when I saw that we didn't have an appointed judge pro tem, I was like, holy smokes, how does that happen? Because judges want to go on vacations, and judges end up having the flu, and judges have all sorts of different reasons why all of a sudden they just can't be there. And we need somebody to be the backup. And this is a more formalized process. When I was younger and, had a judicial aspiration, I left the prosecuting attorney's office, went into private practice, and then there would be a judge that said, hey, do you want to be a judge? And they would take me back into chambers and swear me in as judge pro tem.
Mhm.
And so I got to, do that kind of thing. This is much better. So I fully support it. And Ms. Schubach seems to be a very qualified candidate. So hooray.
That's great. Anything else? I'm just thinking that by the time, and I hope it doesn't happen within my term, because I think our current Judge Blake is fantastic
Yeah.
and actually has a bit of a following.
Yeah, he's kind of a
After
local
all these
celebrity.
Yeah, I'm not, I think some of us would need some definite training to be able to evaluate and decide on who the next judge should be. So that'll be.
Hopefully.
donuts.
I don't know, can't say. Okay, so I'll check. Does anybody have a comment they want to make on this one? No, anybody online?
Down there.
Okay, so I need a motion from council so we can proceed on this.
I'll make a motion to adopt council resolution number 2502, our second one of the new year, by title only, a resolution of the city council of the city of Manzanita, Oregon, appointing Jean Schubach as Manzanita municipal judge pro tem.
Thank you. Second, please.
I second that.
Great. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Favor? All right. Thank you, Jean. Look forward to meeting you at some point.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yep.
Thank you. So that's the formal agenda. Now we move to councilor updates, and maybe we'll go left to right tonight. Tom, do you want to kick off?
Well, the last month, normally what I would do is talk about what I've done outside of the public forum in pursuit of my role as a city councilor. And there really hasn't been much given the holidays since the last meeting. I've had family in town and, been preoccupied with some other things. The only thing that I can think to report on is many of us on council logged into the Zoom broadcast of the lawsuit where Randy Kugler, Laura Swanson, and Will Stone are plaintiffs against the city, seeking disclosure of the investigation report despite the city's assertion attorney-client privilege. And that hearing took place. The judge heard arguments from both sides. The city was very well represented. And unfortunately, the judge felt like he was not ready to make a ruling, and so deferred ruling until January 17th, when a next hearing will take place. I'm still optimistic that we'll prevail, but it was disappointing not to see it come to a conclusion. It's just another appearance our lawyers are going to have to make. Jerry and I have both been working towards going through the current set of ordinances and working on creating a city code. And we've been assisted with Cody Acoin, the city's intern on this. And I think we've learned quite a few things, but it's all in preparation at this point, really, of the next step, which would be to hire a consultant. And I'm not sure that we're ready to make that leap yet. So those are the kinds of things that I've been up to. And I'll give the microphone to somebody else now.
Great, thanks. Brad, next.
Just want to give an update on my normal communications that we're having with the public. As expected, because of the holiday season, as you mentioned, we received 2 emails. One of those emails was from someone that was visiting Manzanita and was quite surprised to see cars on the beach. So I was able to quickly answer them and say, well, now that you've asked, here's what we're doing. So I was able to respond to them with what Jerry and the council has been working with to restrict that. The second email we received was in support of the city council for all of the hard work on the 20 is Plenty initiative, as well as the work towards stopping the traffic on the beach. So those topics have come up again, and we're always very happy to get emails of support. And this individual said that they've seen a difference in parts of the city with the new speed limit. So that is a very positive outcome in my eyes, to see that people are seeing those implemented changes making a difference. The last part of my update will be about our often asked questions. So on the city websites, if you click FAQs, there's a page with frequently asked questions. That page was visited 190 times in the last month. And the actual document that we're constructing that has the council updates was downloaded 25 times. And just a reminder, anytime there are updates to that document, at the top of it, you'll see the last date it was updated. And then any link at the top or information within the body with a question or answer that's new since the last update is highlighted in yellow. So you don't have to search through the whole thing. You can just see that's what's new and go look at that section. So I encourage you to go look at those often asked questions. We've actually had many people say, answered my question, didn't have to bother you. But remember, we're always open to contact from the public. Any of you that have questions, please send us an email. It is on the city's website to citycouncil@ci.manzanita.or.us.
Thank you, Brad. Jerry?
Yeah, I don't have a lot because of the holiday season, but I would just report that the budget committee application process is closed. We got 2 applicants, and we're going to be doing interviews next week. So we'll have recommendations for you at the next council meeting.
Great.
Yep.
That's good news.
Yep.
How many openings are there, Jerry?
2 openings.
Mhm. Very good. So I have 2 things I'd like to talk about. One is well, they actually both have to do with budget, but in a different way. I'd promised last year that I would continue to give a breakdown that's not available in the packet of legal costs because they've been up this year for a couple of different reasons. So with help of our finance department, who's very good about reminding me about this and getting it to me at the start of a council meeting. I've just got a couple of numbers to report because I know not everybody looks at that, but some people really do watch it closely. They watch it closely, and that's good. So I'd like to report on that a little bit. So this will be for the month of December, and then I've got some year-to-date or total project numbers. So Tom mentioned the case that we have in the Tillamook County Court currently. And so in December, we had another about $1,250 on that. The year-to-date costs on this specific court case now are, and I'm not going to give you the cents, we'll at least round up, are $17,568. And then I would add in as a total piece, the additional $8,000 on top of that that were spent on the initial requests for the investigation results that were made to the city. When that was denied, several people applied to the Tillamook District Attorney. That went through that system, they were denied. And so those costs were $8,080. So in total, really, when you look at the total thing, including the current court case, the cost for that now from a legal perspective is $25,648. The other thing that we've been watching kind of in whole, because people did have a question about ballot measures and what the cost of that was to the city. And we did have a ballot measure on in this last election, having to do with the cadence or the frequency of our water billing, monthly billing. So if you look at, there's just a small amount in December for this, and I feel like this is winding down now. So hopefully we're getting to the end of those costs. But in December, it was only about $200. But when you step back and look at the total cost for the city, if you take legal, the cost of the additional water study we had to do, and then the communications around it, the total cost to the city, excluding the time that didn't get spent on other things, the total cost to the city was about $36,500. So I think it's good to get numbers out. It's not you can have an opinion about it for sure, but it's not so much it's a good thing, it's a bad thing. It's just this is the cost of things. And a lot of times in the state of Oregon, for people who are new and they get used to these ballot measures, they kind of wonder and have a legitimate question, which I didn't know how to answer. What does it cost to do that? So that's the cost, at least from a legal perspective. And that, of course, doesn't take into account, again, this is fine. This is all part of the process and the legal process we all have. That then takes away attention from staff time from other matters, but it's required to do, and staff did a good job of responding to that and spending the right amount of time.
So those two figures together are $62,000.
Yes, together. They're two different things though. So yes. And then the most of the money for December falls into the category of general manners and miscellaneous, but a lot of that work was contract work. And as you've been listening to what we're doing on the Classic Street project, a fair percentage of that money went to approval of contracts, discussion about the contract method. So all these things in the background that Layla refers to in her discussions, and as things get vetted and we make sure we're on the right path. So that's it on that. And then I gave my ode to the Planning Commission I think that was last month or the month before, because I'm really big on these citizen committees and involvement, and they're a really big deal in our town and all the towns here we have up and down the coast. So Jerry mentioned that we have 2 openings coming up and that we have 2 applicants for them. So likely those will, barring a big surprise, likely those 2 candidates will be our next folks on the budget committee. But that raises a question for a few people, and I just wanted to take a minute to make a pitch for participation in the budget process. And I will try to be brief. It's not everybody's favorite topic, right? Budget, finances. I remember my first accounting class. I remember how I almost lost my mind when I took it in business school. But in the context of the city, it's really important, and it's a really important process. And for some people, it's still kind of a mystery as to how it happens. And for some people, it still may be a question about how citizens or people with an interest in the city's priorities can participate. There's a very clear path to participating in the budget process. It's a path that's driven by state law and years of practice. And the city of Manzanita does a very good job of how that is set up. And I personally participated in it for several years because I was on the budget committee prior to joining council and then becoming mayor. So if you're looking for ways to fill up your dance card in the spring, there are some meetings coming up. But just to give you a feel for the timing of it, we'll be appointing the budget committee members next month in February. And then in April, late April, the full budget committee, which is the 5 citizen members and the 5 members of council, will meet in whole, and it's called receiving the proposed budget. So the job of our city manager is to take the priorities. One of the jobs of our city manager is she is the chief financial officer for us. One of her jobs is to take the priorities of council that we want to continue, into the next year, things that are already underway, all the things that have to happen on a day-to-day basis that most people in the community don't even know because they just happen, but they need to be funded. She works to get that proposal ready, and it is her job, along with staff, to propose the budget to the full budget committee. So we set its policy, we set priorities, we set policy. The city manager takes that and translates that into what is the city going to spend, when are we going to spend it, and who will be involved with it. There are a lot of decisions that go into that, and there's a fair amount of detail, but it gives you a good sense of where we're headed. So we do that. There's basically 2 meetings for that if we need them. Last year, it only took 1. It was a pretty straightforward thing. And that's conversation amongst the budget committee. Following that, we have a 3rd budget committee meeting and a public hearing. And that is usually, and this year it'll be the first part of May, and all this will be posted on the city's website. At that point, any citizen, whether they've come to the prior meetings or not, any citizen or interested party in the budget of City of Manzanita is welcome to come and either testify, or that's kind of a formal word for it, but ask questions, raise a concern. I'm not sure anybody's ever come to say thank you, but if you want to do that, that's great. There's always could be a first, you never know. And then we take all of that into account. And then we have a special council meeting with another public hearing on the budget at the end of May. And then the council adopts it. So the citizens involved on the committee help review it, ask questions, poke at it, test assumptions, see if Lalick's on her toes or Public Works Director's on his toes, and we just make sure it's all good. But they don't have a voting power for this. It comes to the council then. So thanks for listening to me go through that, and I may do it again as we go through the cycle, but it's a really important time. And it's a really important function that the council does in conjunction with city staff. So we have an excellent budget committee. And it was a pleasure to serve on it. And before as a citizen, it's a pleasure to serve on it now as a member of council. And the qualifications of the people we have, and I think we will have in the future, are really, really outstanding. We are so fortunate to have the citizens here with the experience they have, or the willingness to learn if they haven't had the direct experience. So
Catherine,
find another committee to praise next month, but that's my pitch for this one. Yes.
question for me, and maybe it's for Layla. These dates and Zoom links will be on the city website on the calendar, so if someone chooses to want to participate.
Yeah, so once we finalize it, so we have a draft schedule. I'm actually shipping it to our finance advisor too, to make sure she's actually going to help lay out the budget this year. And then we have a budget committee meeting week after next, I think. So we'll firm up the calendar then, and then we'll post it.
Yeah, that's pretty close.
Because we have a pre-budget meeting is in, I think, March or April. I can't remember.
Okay. Do we have anything else? Okay, you'll have to come to the mic, please. Okay. Who else would like to come? Don, go ahead.
Get started.
You could save that for later, or you could come to the mic.
You go ahead.
Okay.
Okay.
Connie Burton, and I just want to double check the city council meeting in April. Will it be the 9th?
I don't have my calendar in front of me. My computer's updating. Nancy, can you? It's the first Wednesday after the first Monday. So
Okay, then it will be the 9th.
I think it is the 9th.
Because the building is going to be out of commission. The floor is being
The
replaced.
Pine Grove?
Mhm.
Okay.
Oh,
Yes.
it is the 9th.
It should be finished by April 4th, so you're good.
Okay.
Whew, but we'll keep
But if it was going to be on April 2nd, it could have been a problem.
No.
Thank you, Connie.
Thanks.
Good.
Best of wishes with that. Okay, so with that, and almost precisely 8 PM, I'm going to call the meeting to a close. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah.